Senator Sally Harrell, and I am a co-chair of this committee. The committee is named the Impact of Social Media and Artificial Intelligence on Children and Platform Privacy Protection Study Committee. That's a mouthful. From here on out, I'm calling it the Kids Online Safety Study Committee. How about that? Okay. Let us begin by, let's start with a moment of reflection. As we embark on this important work of developing policy to help keep our kids safe online, we have an opportunity to come together across political lines to do some real good work for our kids. As we do this work, let us reflect on our own use of technology and media so that we can model to our children how technology can be used for good. Let us remember that this is not just a kid problem. It's not even just a parent problem. It's a societal problem. So take a deep breath, say a little prayer, or whatever you do to center yourself and ground yourself. We'll take a few seconds to do that. Amen. Let's get to work. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Lunch is going to be available for members of the committee and staff in the mezzanine. We have this room reserved until 3 p.m., but I don't think we're going to be here that long. Whether we break for lunch and then come back or eat at the end really depends on how many questions our members have. We have 6, actually now 7 speakers, and lots of information to cover. This committee is set up with co-chairs. I actually authored Senate Resolution 431, which created this committee, and I authored it on purpose to have co-chairs, one chair being from the majority party and one being from the minority party, because I fully believe that we can come together on this issue. So we are here to demonstrate that. I'm grateful to the Lieutenant Governor for funding and staffing this committee. His office has shown a commitment to this issue since he was elected Lieutenant Governor, with the passage of Senate Bill 351 in the Lieutenant Governor's first year of his first term, which passed in 2024. Unfortunately, that bill, like so many other state laws, is tied up in the courts right now. Most of these laws are being challenged under First Amendment rights. So that demonstrates that this is not an easy problem to solve. But I fully believe, and it will be the committee's intent, to solve this problem without limiting content. My motivation for having this committee comes from raising my own children, who really were the guinea pig generation, hitting middle school in the mid-2010s. I can tell you that when the smartphones became part of their bodies, it made our life as a family much more difficult. The pull to that phone was so strong that the parental-child relationship became nothing but a struggle. My kids wandered into adult content, which was irresistible, but yet made them anxious and scared. I had a son who got into video games. It's hard to stop. And so simply calling him to dinner became a struggle because he had to stop in the middle of something. And you can make your kids do things, but at that age, they're going to start punishing you for that. So meals were ruined. At the time, there was no help. There was nobody who really understood what was going on. I do believe that this technology fundamentally changed my children. They went outside less, they didn't read good books anymore, but it got a lot more serious than that. And I think we're going to see this morning that it gets a lot more serious than that. Now, I believe those resources are coming to us. It takes years to collect enough data to understand a complex issue, even if that issue seems immediately obvious to so many. So today we will lay the foundation for this issue, looking at what has changed about our children's childhoods and how has that impacted them even into young adulthood. At our subsequent meeting, at our September meeting, which is September 17th, we'll begin to dive into specific policy solutions with the help of national experts, such as the staff at The Anxious Generation, which you can see I have provided a copy of this book to every committee member. I love this book. This book says everything that I thought and felt when I was a parent, but didn't really completely understand or be able, I couldn't apply the actual words to what was happening. And Jonathan Haidt, the author of this book, does that so well. On our October 8th meeting, we'll dive into the emerging threat of AI. And let me warn you ahead of time, that meeting in October is going to be a very difficult meeting because what we saw when our children were younger was bad, but it is way worse now with what's coming out on AI. And then in November, and committee members, that date, that November date of the November 12th that I gave you is in a little bit of question right now. So pay attention when I text you because that date might have to change. But we will focus on the issue of technology in schools, including looking at best practices for bell-to-bell cell phone restrictions because of the new law that will go into effect that was passed by this legislature in 2020. It will go into effect in 2026. That law is Georgia's Distraction-Free Education Act, House Bill 340, and we appreciate the leadership of the bill's author, Representative Scott Helton. And by the way, that November meeting for all of you and for all of you is going to be a cell phone free meeting. So you will be expected to put your phone in a pouch before you come into the meeting. So I'm just giving you a warning before that happens. And then in December, we'll come together and make recommendations for action for the 2026 session. So that's kind of a layout of what we have before us. And so let me hand it over now to my co-chair.
Thank you, Senator. Mike 6.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here. Great to see a lot of friends in the audience. Thank you to my high school interns who are sitting near the back that are taking a day away from school to learn more about this and participate in it as well. Like Sally said, this is not a Republican issue. It's not a Democratic issue. This is a truly nonpartisan issue. And that's why we have such balance with how we're approaching this because you said it perfectly. It's a societal issue and we got to solve this together. So thanks for being here.
Are there any other committee members who'd like to make a brief statement? I'm not used to running the microphone.
I think more than anything I see is this: we would see what our children are able to get to through the smartphone, through the internet, and we would never have these people into our home and wouldn't allow these people to school our children. And we have no control over it whatsoever in that respect. And I believe this is that from a parenting standpoint, we need to give power to our parents to have them be able to control what comes into the minds of their children. And I believe that the minds of our children are extremely valuable. But what's coming through, much of the data, much of the input is changing their lives and how they view the world. And we need to really take a real hard look at what's going on. Technology is wonderful in some ways, but it is also harmful in other ways. I think just the ability to understand the outside, the outdoors, and understand what we've been blessed with in that respect, rather than being tied to a screen. I was with a family the other day and I looked in their car and there were 4 children. Every one of them had a different screen. And there was no attention. I can see attention deficit as a, how to say, a real problem. And I think we've got to address that from a standpoint to give, I believe, parents the power to make decisions. I don't know that government does that extremely well, but we can give them the power to maybe limit what goes on and what's coming into the minds of our children, because it affects future generations and it really affects our state and our nation.
Thank you, Senator Harbin.
Here this morning, and also like to thank the Lieutenant Governor to appoint me to this committee. And as you know, some of my colleagues already know that I'm really worked myself on outdoor learning education in the bill that we had, Senate Bill 148 that we passed. Actually, we didn't get to the governor. We're not going to be able to get to governor decks until probably next session. But anyway, and that's, as you all know, that during the COVID, I've seen my child's how much time they spend on the computers and the phone and everything else, that they want to go outside. So it's really something closer to what I've been working myself, and glad to be part of this committee and want to hear from these experts. And I'll be reading this book tonight. I'm glad that you provided this book. I appreciate it. Thank you. And looking forward to.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. So the agenda this morning, I'll just go quickly through it before we get started. We'll have Sharon Winkler, who is a Georgia parent advocate. We'll have Lauren Freilich, another parent. We'll have Laura Ladifian, who is a mental health professional. And then through Zoom, we'll have a couple of national experts, Rachel Franz with Fair Play for Kids, and then we'll have Casey Mock with The Anxious Generation. And then back in person, we'll have Dr. Robert Wiskind with the Georgia Academy of Pediatrics. And then we'll close with Mary Atkins from the Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis. And she'll kind of get us warmed up by providing us a summary of what laws have been proposed, what laws have been passed, in order to prepare us for jumping into a pretty in-depth conversation about policy next time. So you'll really have next in September, you'll really have to come with your thinking caps on. And so I'd like to begin with Sharon Winkler. Sharon, you can either sit at this mic or the lectern, wherever you're most comfortable. It's your choice.
I practiced this standing. Lectern. So can you all, oh, good. Oh, and my name is Sharon Winkler. I am Alex Piser's mother, a retired naval officer who now volunteers full-time advocating for youth online safety. Thank you, Senator Harrell, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. Oop. Could you forward to next slide? When I was on active duty in the early 2000s, I was the director for program management for U.S. Navy Medicine. And in that role, I advocated for U.S. Marine Corps and Navy active duty service members and their families for their needs for an online electronic medical record system that would be deployed worldwide. It was a heady time, and we felt we did a lot of good work, but unfortunately, we didn't think very closely about the cybersecurity and other issues that would come 10 years later. On a personal level, I am a lifelong Star Trek fan, and Captain Kirk and the Starfleet officers could always trust the USS Enterprise's computer to give them accurate information that helped them win the day. My sons were Star Wars fans. R2-D2 and C-3PO were sometimes cranky, but they always supported their humans and helped them win the day. So in 2007, the smartphone was introduced into our society. And by 2015, the National Institutes of Health began seeing that there were huge changes in our children and our adolescents. So they instituted the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study, which is the longest long-term study of brain development and child health in the United States. There are 21 research sites across the United States. Nearly 12,000 children ages 9 to 10 were enrolled and are currently a part of this study. On a personal level, in 2022, after Frances Haugen had testified in front of the U.S. Senate, she came to the Online Harms Prevention Work Group that is sponsored by Fair Play and asked us to come up with a list of online harms that our children had experienced. So the next two slides are the result of that ongoing work. In fact, we are meeting with Frances over Zoom later this afternoon to work on the next phase of that program. So this will be a lot. 2022, the ABCD study found that cyberbullying was the #1 cause of suicidal ideations in kids 10 through 13 years. The Pew Research Center followed that up with a study that found that 46% of all adolescents reported being cyberbullied at one point or another. Online gambling is becoming a huge problem. It has become so bad that online gambling has been added to the clinical profile of gambling disorder for adolescents. And we will see that loot boxes are a dark pattern that encourage children to gamble. Illegal drug sales. In 2023, the Colorado Attorney General released a report on social media and fentanyl. He concluded it, gaining access to illicit drugs via social media, including dangerous substances containing fentanyl, is nearly as convenient as using one's phone to order a pizza or call an Uber. Our colleagues in the EU are requiring big tech to report online harms that their children are seeing. From September 23 to April 24, there were 12 million decisions to remove self-harm content. That includes pro-suicide, pro-eating disorder, and pro-cutting content. 98% of those decisions were made by Pinterest and TikTok, and unfortunately only 1% by Instagram and Facebook. X and Snapchat refused to play. They paid a fine instead. Little known problem is harmful online challenges, a small but very impactful problem. At this point, there is no local, state, or federal agency that tracks these deaths. So Eric Robinson's mother started a not-for-profit. And these parents voluntarily report their children's deaths. The choking challenge is where kids choke themselves and they video themselves, and then if it works well, they release and then wake up, and kids think this is funny, believe it or not. Unfortunately, in 691 instances, the children did not wake up in time. Unfortunately, coroners around the nation consider these deaths suicides. And so the relationship between the YouTube videos that they're seeing and videos on other platforms are not associated with these children's deaths. Screen overuse. The latest ABCD study came out that approximately 30% of youth 8 to 12 displayed addictive use of screen and online platforms. This is associated with suicidal behaviors and worsening mental health. Gaming overuse. In 2021, 6.4% of these 12,000 children reported that they wanted to play video games less, but they couldn't. They were compelled to play. Dark patterns. The most insidious dark pattern is the business model of that are used by all the platforms to sell advertisement. What they do is they track all of the time that their users look at a particular piece of content, and the algorithms actually promote shocking or dramatic content. So you will see in my son's case, posts of corpses covered in sheets with ropes was very shocking, and he looked at it. So without even asking for pro-suicide content, the algorithm said, oh, he watched this, so he must want to see more and more of these. Lifestyle changes, about the only thing that all of the experts agree with is that screens in bedrooms are bad. They result in less sleep and worsen quality sleep. Jean Twenge has also noted that time with friends has gone down. And this is because of time online, not because these kids are getting part-time jobs. Actually, the percentage of kids with part-time jobs is going down. And finally, the REPORT Act was passed on the federal level in 2024. It requires all the big tech platforms to report online sexual enticement, which includes sextortion and child sexual abuse material, to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. From NCMEC's website, in 2024, only through October 5th, NCMEC received more than 456,000 reports of online sexual enticement and 19.8 million reports of child sexual abuse material. So I've talked to you about societal harms, and now I'd like to introduce you to my son, Alex. Alex was a fun, loving, smart kid. He was active in band, in theater, in his church youth group. On October 7th, 2014, he broke up with his girlfriend. He went online looking for support, maybe a breakup playlist, and instead he was cyberbullied on one platform and sent pro-suicide and you'll never find love or another girlfriend content on his private Instagram account that he accessed only on his smartphone. He was ashamed about how this online was affecting him, and he didn't tell us when he was living. After 3 days of being pummeled with this information, he couldn't take it anymore, and he died by suicide. He told us about his troubles in his suicide note. So unfortunately, my family's experience is not unique. And in January of 2024, when the US Senate held a hearing on youth online harms, our online harms protection work group decided that we wanted to go. And one of the mothers, Maureen Molak, whose son David died by online harms, said, hey, my 501c3 will help spread our stories to the mainstream media and to the general public. So Fair Play said, yeah, this is a great idea. So they created Parents for Safe Online Spaces, which I am a member of. Since 2022, we have been advocating for the Kids Online Safety Act, but I think a lot of the provisions of that legislation will be relevant to you here in Georgia. And this is a picture of our children. There are now coalitions of parents who have lost children. Sorry. Alex Neville and Carson Bride's mothers, they both died on June 23. So they went to the U.S. Senate and they said, we would like a day commemorating this. So the U.S. Senate designated June 23rd as the National Social Media Victims Remembrance Day. On June 23rd, 2025, 245 families agreed to have pictures, lawn signs of their children placed in front of the U.S. Capitol to remind our lawmakers that this is a huge problem and it hasn't gone away. So I hope I've convinced you that big tech wants our kids' data and time, and the only reason why they want it is they want money. They have failed to put in guardrails that would cost their shareholders any money. And the question that we're asking for in this series is, how do we help Georgia's children? So I've told you since 2022, I have been pushing for the Kids Online Safety Act. And I think the most important thing is that we have to hold these technology companies accountable. We hold automobile companies accountable for making a safe product, for making the riders safe while they're in their cars. At the very least, they should make these platforms safe for our children. We believe that at the very minimum, all platforms should require companies to turn on the strongest privacy protections settings by default to keep adults from being algorithmically hooked up with kids and drug dealers algorithmically hooked up with kids. And we also want to provide kids an ability to turn off the darn algorithms. That is huge. My son never, on his phone, he never typed in pro-suicide content. How do I die by suicide? It was all fed to him by an algorithm. I really believe, had he not been fed all of that information and had he not been cyberbullied, he would be speaking to you here today. So we work with a lot of youth who promote online safety. So I would encourage you to look up these advocacy organizations. The Online Harms Prevention Youth Group, I think this, senators, this is in your package. We came up with one-pagers for parents that includes conversation starters with your kids. I think the problem is that, unfortunately, I talk to parents all the time that said, I've never heard of sextortion. I've never heard of the Blackout Challenge until my child died. And that's what we want to prevent. We want people to be aware of these harms. So I'm just leaving you with this final thought. I believe, Senator, that I might have a few minutes left for questions and answers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do any of the members have questions for Sharon? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler. First of all, I'm very sorry for your loss
Thank you.
and for all the parents that are here for the same reasons. What states, in your opinion, since you've kind of looked at this holistically across the country, what states would you say are doing it right? Who are leading the way legislatively to try to put in these controls? Because unfortunately, we can't rely on the federal government to come up with a national standard. So if we're attacking this on a state-by-state basis, just your thoughts on that.
Well, Texas and Utah are doing a lot of good work. Mississippi just had an age verification law that was approved by the Supreme Court and has gone into effect. So I believe that there are a lot of state models out there that you can look at. And with the Supreme Court findings this summer about age verification being okay, I think that the technology has really changed. And there is a way to do age verification without requiring government ID. A lot of it is just as simple as a radial button saying over 18, under 18. And what's interesting is that, legally, adolescents can't go into contracts until they're 18. So over in the UK, another method of verification is credit card companies. And so if they fail the age verification, they go to their credit card company and say, and to verify their age, and the credit card company just goes back and says over 18, under 18. No government ID, no birth dates, no privacy concerns.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm just ask one question. I know that with society where it is today and a lot of single parent families that are there, statistical data, is there any statistical data that really measures that issue? Because I know in talking with teachers, even just getting a parent teacher meeting is a very, very big challenge because of that. You have someone working and trying to raise a family. Are there any statistical data just based upon that issue?
No, I'm sorry that my group is basically
Okay.
looking as adolescents and youth as a whole.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other members? Okay, Sharon, I really appreciate you being here today and your courage to share your story, but even more than that, all of the positive work that you have turned that situation into is admirable. So thank you. for
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, next up is Lauren Freilich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if it's okay, I would like to ask my two guests to come up and join me, Ben and Benny, if you want to sit right here. So this is Ben Hardman, and he's a father of Manny, who died in December of 2024. And then we have Vincent Milabella, father of Amaya, who died in February of 2025. And just wanted them to be able to share their stories with you guys today.
Like me to go first? Okay, my name's Vincent Labella, and senators, thank you for being here today for this important topic. It's pretty fresh with my family right now. We lost Amaya in February, so really what I want to do is tell you our story, and then as a team, we could put our heads together over the next few months and really come up with ways to make change. So my wife and I, we met when we were 18 years old. We were high school sweethearts. We come from humble beginnings in upstate New York. I started a career with a private company and moved all over the United States, all over the world. Lived in Europe for a while, came back to the US during COVID in 2020. We started seeing a change in Amaya probably when she was around 10 or 11 years old. And it all revolved around her phone and social media. And I really believe without social media, if we did not have social media, Amaya would still be here today. And I believe it was a part of the like generation, like she had to be liked. And there was like this utopic experience out there in the world that really didn't exist. And then we moved to Georgia about 20 months ago, and she started school at Holy Innocents. And probably, last March, we sat down at a dinner table and she was saying, Daddy, this is the best place I ever lived. These people are so nice. And she had a great friend group. We live in Buckhead. We built a house that was surrounded by love. And she has a younger brother, Nico, who still goes to the school. And the friends were over our house every single weekend. And, similar to what we were talking about before, Senator Harbin, they would sit in the car and they wouldn't talk to each other. They would just text. And I found her going deeper and deeper in a hole. And she was a part of cyberbullying in December. Her whole friend group turned on her. And there was a text chain one night that was going on for 4 or 5 hours. And it was all through Snapchat. And I'll get into Snapchat in a minute. And from then she got really sad. And she was on TikTok a lot. And when she was sad, it was feeding her sad songs, and it was feeding her memorials of children who have died before. And it just kept pushing her deeper, deeper in a hole. And when she went back to school, it continued. And it didn't just continue with the kids in her school. It branched out to the other schools, to Pace, to Westminster. And I couldn't move her into a different school. We wanted to move her into school. She couldn't escape it. And she went back into school. We thought things were going well, and she ended up taking her life on February 3rd, the day after she had the kids over our house for a small party. And from there, we started uncovering some opportunities really within legislation that we'd like to see changed. And we started a foundation for her. We partner with CHOA and Georgia Tech with some of the things that Sharon was talking about. And there's some great technology Georgia Tech's coming up with now to help break the loop, break the chain, to stop feeding them more things that are going to bring them into a further hole. So I think that's good information that we could bring to the committee because they are well funded right now. And then after she passed, we had to work with the homicide division in Atlanta to talk about what happened. And a judge issued a warrant for the kids' phone records. Warrant gets issued. Takes 2 weeks for the warrant to get issued. By the time it gets submitted to Snapchat, it's 25 days. Snapchat only retains records for 30 days. After that, it's gone. So there was enough on there to say, okay, there was cyberbullying. And we went back to the school, and the school didn't really know what to do with it because it happened outside of school, which transferred inside of school. And, it's probably similar for private and public, but more for private, where they're more worried about the name of the school than really the children and what's going on in the school at times. And, they have big endowments. And, that's another story. But they didn't really know what to do. So it took us, we had limited information, but the limited information that we did have pointed towards cyberbullying. So it took us probably about 6 months of not letting up to see somebody held accountable. And I'm really trying not to speak as a grieving father that's angry, so forgive me for that. But it took us about 6 months to figure out what accountability was happening, and one person was transitioned out of the school. So I do think there is some education with schools that need to happen. One, on how to diffuse some of the addiction of social media, because my daughter was absolutely addicted to her phone. She got violent when we took the phone away. She would go into withdrawal when she didn't have her phone. And while she was in school, and I know the new bill's coming out to limit school phone time, but it happens at home because they can't disconnect. There's just when we were young, we would hang up the phone, we go outside, we'd ride our bikes, we do things like that. They just get peppered all day, every day. And it just feeds them on top of what their emotions are. And if they're sad, it's going to bring them down that hole. So we finally figured out what was going to go on with the school. My son's still in the school, and the school's been great, but there's things that could have happened ahead of time to prevent some of this stuff. There's some things that I missed as a father, and there's some things that Melissa missed as a mother because we just thought it was normal kid stuff. And girls at 13, 14 years old are going through so many changes. But that phone was poison. I truly believe that. So I think there's a million different ways we could go with this. We need to figure out where we want to go as a united front, pick a couple key things that are going to save our kids, and leverage all the resources that we have within the state to make it better. So that's our story.
Thank you, especially for it being so fresh, for you being here today. And we would like to connect with you on the Georgia Tech.
Yeah. I'm working with John Constantino at CHOA, and we just did a fundraiser the other day for Georgia Tech. We infused them with a bunch of cash, so that's good. And the family I work for, we just built a behavioral and mental health center at WashU in St. Louis. So, we have that resource to go along with as well.
Okay, and we can reconnect with you through Lauren.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Good. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Thanks for being willing to take on this challenge. It's complicated, it's difficult, and it's not fun. So thank you. My name is Ben Parkman. I've lived in Georgia since 1996. I've raised 3 boys here all through. I all went to graduated Riverwood High School in Sandy Springs. Feel very blessed to raised them in Georgia and they all had wonderful, I thought, lives and experiences here. That got turned upside down this past December. 2 days after I sent my youngest son, Manny, back to college, I got the phone call from all of our worst nightmares, the coroner calling to tell me that my son, Manny, was deceased by suicide. My first reaction was to tell this coroner that she was wrong. She most certainly must have the wrong kid. Manny was the happiest kid I know. He had more friends than anybody I knew. He was handsome. He was a star baseball player. He was a talented drummer. He was a DJ. He was the life of the party. There was always a party in our basement, in our backyard. He was loved by perhaps thousands of people. He was the last person I would have thought could possibly take his own life. A week later, we met with the detective investigating the case, and he handed me a vanilla envelope, looked like in the, like in the movies, with a big sticker on it, said state's evidence. He said, here, this might help you understand. And we got home, we opened the envelope. It was Manny's cell phone that the police had taken out of his dorm room. We opened it up and began to see what really was going on inside my child's mind. On his phone were repeated searches on how to kill himself. His notes app contained a journal on whether or not he deserved to live. We saw the papers that he submitted in class, papers on the effects of social media on kids' brains, how addictive it was, how hard it was to escape. Just 9 days before he killed himself, he turned in an English paper entitled "The Impact of Smartphone Use on the Mental Health of Students." The paper said, quote, "Smartphone dependency leads to increased issues with mental health of students. It leads to anxiety and depression and impairs cognitive function. Smartphones dependency is also known to make existing mental challenges worse. This is especially so in times of crisis." And even knowing that, 9 days later, he killed himself. In the days from looking at his cell phone, we determined in the days before he died, he deleted and reinstalled Instagram and TikTok about a dozen times, trying and failing to pull free. On the day he died, he watched 15 hours of TikTok videos before going out to the woods and hanging himself from a tree. It became painfully clear right there that Manny was fighting a cancer of social media addiction that we weren't aware of. He fought hard, but he lost that battle. That science is becoming crystal clear now. You have the book in front of you that does a spectacular job of laying out the science and showing the direct correlation between social media use and hockey stick statistics of increased anxiety, depression, and suicide of our children. So I applaud you for this undertaking and what you're about to do. You're going to get pushback. The industry is well funded. They are well organized. And you will hear from them, and you will hear legitimate arguments of free speech and privacy, and that makes this complicated. And some of those arguments have some merits to them, but just because it's difficult doesn't mean that that can be an excuse for inaction. And I already sense that you believe that and know that. As Sharon said, look, we've been here before. I remember as a child driving to family vacations, laying in the back seat on a blanket in the way back of the station wagon without seatbelts. Something that would be absolutely unthinkable today. I'm old enough to remember sitting in restaurants in the non-smoking section, and this was the smoking section. And I remember flying on airplanes, sitting in the non-smoking section where the row in front of me was the smoking section. Those practices are unthinkable today. They are illegal today because we've learned, we faced challenges, and we met challenge, and we put things in place to protect our children. I do believe my grandchildren, if I'm ever blessed to have them, will one day look up at us and say, what the hell were you thinking? You gave your kids unsupervised access to addictive, unregulated platforms specifically engineered to manipulate their attention and decision-making. You must have been insane. So as we faced with car seats and smoking and other harms to our children, I thank you for undertaking what you're about to do to hold social media companies accountable, cell phone manufacturers, and requiring safety mechanisms. Senator Hartman, as you said, that ultimately I think this is about giving parents the ability to parent our children, which we do not have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for being here today. I wish you didn't have to be here. Committee members?
I just say thanks for having the courage to address issues and to be willing to take a active role. And I think complacency is one of our issues that we cannot we've got to deal with, and we've got to realize that. But both of you are taking phenomenal stands, and I appreciate that and admire that, because we've got to be involved in the process, not only involved in the process, we've got to be involved in the process of our children and their lives and where they are, and grandchildren as well. That's the next part that I'm looking at, because we've got 13 grandkids, and I'm just sitting here thinking, I need every one of my parents, my children, to understand what they are faced with their kids. And I think this is just a warning, but thank you for being willing to share your story and even share your hurt. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is Laura Ladifian, who is a mental health professional, and we might need you right now.
My name is Laura Ladifian. Thank you to the committee for embarking on this work. Thank you to the families for sharing your stories. And thank you to Voices for Georgia's Children for connecting me with this study committee. I am a professional counselor in the state of Georgia. I mainly serve children, adolescents, parents, and families. I've been working in the field for over 15 years. I've worked in settings including children's advocacy centers, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Cobb County School District, most recently in private practice. I also supervise and train new therapists and am an adjunct faculty at Agnes Scott College. I would like to talk a little bit about our kiddos' brains and what's happening when they engage in these platforms. I am also terrible at technology, so if anybody knows how to operate this thing. There.
You might just have to bring it here.
Okay, that works. So we've heard a lot about older adolescents, but I want to pull it back a little bit younger. Unfortunately, children younger than middle schoolers and high schoolers are engaging on these platforms. And so I want us to understand what their developing brains are up against when we're looking at these platforms. While super young children's behavior is driven by gaining rewards and avoiding punishment, as children get older in the tween and teen years, their behavior is shaped by peer pressure and a desire for acceptance to a much greater degree. So with the itty bitties, parents generally do feel like they have more control to parent in the household, to lend down boundaries and limitations. But as kids get older, their will for being a part of the group, meeting those social norms outweighs the potential punishment system at home. So in ages 6 to 10, parents do often feel like they have a little bit more control at home. Children's kind of worldview is their family of origin. But even as young as age 8, kids are really starting to be motivated and influenced by peer pressure and a desire for peer acceptance. Moving into upper elementary grades, middle and high school, behaviors driven by peer pressure to an even greater degree. Around age 10, there's an intense desire to belong to the group. And by age 12, there's a craving for stimulation, but kids are easily overwhelmed. So we look at these platforms and they certainly offer the stimulation, but a child's brain becomes quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of information, stimulation. And at this age, for any of you who parented a 12-year-old, there's there is a huge drive for independence. They want to be grown. They want to make decisions for themselves. And that is all well and good, except for the fact that their little brains can't exactly handle it. And we'll get more into that on the next slide. All right, so our developing brains, our ability to practice good decision-making changes with time and development. I tell this to all of my child clients' parents, that our prefrontal cortex, the area of our brain that is responsible for offering us the capacity to exercise good judgment when presented with difficult life situations, is not fully developed until age 25. We reach legal adulthood at 18, but we still have a number of years before our brains can fully weigh all of the potential risks and consequences to exercise truly good judgment. When you look at some of the age requirements for certain platforms, age 13, age 16, I mean, this is almost a decade plus before we are fully formed to make good decisions. During adolescence, and for the purpose of brain development, I'll define adolescence as age 10 to 24. Significant changes are happening in the limbic system. This is where our brain's reward pathways are located. And so during this time, age 10 to 24, this area is highly sensitive and it sends out impulses to act when faced with the opportunity to obtain something desirable. So again, you've got these brain reward pathways that light up. They're loud in a child's brain, but we don't have the counterweight of our prefrontal cortex to exercise good decision making. Because of this, teens are more vulnerable to addictions. And this is because the limbic brain region that's responsible for governing impulses and motivation is still not fully developed. So we look at, folks have shared the delivery from algorithms that their children experienced. Those are hitting our kids' brains, but our kids' brains are not fully formed to weigh through that information and practice thoughtful decision making. Frankly, we are setting them up for failure to expect that a 10, 13, 16-year-old can exercise good decision making and regulation against these platforms and algorithms. Technology, social media, and addiction. I am sure I don't need to tell anyone in this room that all of us, children, adults, struggle with our relationships to technology and devices. They are built that way. They are engineered that way. For all of us, positive stimuli release dopamine, reinforcing the behavior that preceded it. If you're not familiar with the word dopamine, that is our feel-good hormone. It's released anytime we do something like have a successful social interaction and rewards us for those behaviors, motivating us to repeat them. Smartphones have provided us with an unlimited supply of social stimuli, both positive and negative. So if you can consider every push notification, a like, a comment, a share, these are all pinging our brain with those feel-good hormones, and we are caught in a loop of self-reinforcement that we want more of it. It feels good. And unfortunately, those deliverers of dopamine, the likes, et cetera, they're quicker, faster, and a lot more accessible than kids going on a hike or going for a long run and exploring a more natural form of dopamine delivery, because they are in their pockets, they're happening all day long, and they're rapid fire being delivered in their pockets. Now, we as adults can weigh all of this information and make our own informed decisions about how we want to move forward with this. Do we want to install time limits on our phone? Do we want to have phone-free zones? As I would like to refer to the previous slides, children cannot effectively weigh the potential risks and consequences to make those decisions to self-govern. A child left to their own devices to regulate this balance of this amazing deliver of all these feel-good hormones in their brains versus the removal of social currency, it's an impossible decision for a child to be successful with. And again, because children's brains have a bias towards rewards, they're more likely to seek a reward, including those from devices and social media, rather than avoid a risk, making them particularly susceptible to addiction. And if we call it back to, even starting at age 8, kids start to bear more weight into the power of the group, wanting to be accepted by peers than potential consequences at home. So the families who are so brave to share their stories, remembering, we did the thing, we took the phone away. This is the response we got. Those are those drivers and need for social connection, and removing this stimuli, if it feels like an addiction, is terrifying to children. What will this mean for my social standing? How could you do this to me? And so parents are put in a really tough position. Can we get the next slide? We have heard already this morning about some similar studies. I love to see that you all have Jonathan Haidt's book in front of you. He does an incredible job of laying out the research and the data. I pulled a couple of studies that are particularly relevant in my practice population, but you'll also see the reference at the bottom of the slide. This book was published some time ago, but Jonathan Haidt is maintaining an online database of peer-reviewed journal articles that continue to come out. They're giving us our data to support these efforts. So if you ever have some free time and want to dive into the research, there are 400 pages of articles noted in that database. But I chose these studies because they reflect the conversations I'm having with Georgia children, teens, and parents every day in my office. We know that children with frequent internet use are more likely to experience child sexual abuse. The average age of porn exposure for males in the United States is now 13 years old. Approximately 1 in 5 youth experience unwanted online exposure to sexually explicit material. And I want to clarify, these are not children who are curious, who are seeking out this information. These are kids who are inadvertently experiencing exposure to graphic material. 1 out of 4 minors experienced online sexual grooming via long, intimate conversations in online chat rooms. I'll share some stories from my practice in the next slide, but these are not like sketchy websites that kids find. These are popular gaming apps that children in my son's 4th grade classroom frequently use. Adolescents with heavy social media use, particularly girls, are more likely to experience depression. Adolescents using digital media for 5+ hours per day are 48 to 171% more likely to be unhappy, be low in well-being, or to have suicide risk factors such as depression, suicidal ideation, or past suicide attempts compared to those using digital media for less than 1 hour a day. I think for us as adults that didn't grow up with this media, even the notion of a child having 5+ hours a day to spend on these platforms sounds striking, but 5 hours sounds low to me, given the reports I'm hearing from my clients and their parents, shockingly. And a meta-analysis found that the risk of depression increased by 13% for each hour increase on social media for adolescents, the increase being even higher for girls. I want to share with you now some anecdotes from my time in practice supporting Georgia families. I obviously have removed any identifying information and will keep this vague in protection of my clients, but I think they really illustrate some of the risks to Georgia children. I supported a family whose elementary school age daughter had a 27-year-old boyfriend on the Roblox gaming platform. This is not a 16 or 17-year-old female. This is a little girl who has yet to hit puberty. This is a family who had all of the, safe internet conversations with their child. This is a family who intended to have all of the right protections around screen use devices. As someone noted already, parents don't know a lot of what is happening online. So they think that they are approaching the issue with a lot of safety and intentionality, but our children know these loopholes that we frankly don't even know exist. And so the open chat feature on Roblox is a very dangerous place, particularly if you are a pre-adolescent child who, cannot weigh decision-making in the same way that we as adults can. I supported another family, another elementary school child on the Roblox platform who met an adult posing as a child on the internet. This adult was able to collect personal information from the child and attempted to check him out of his school. Thankfully, the school had all of the appropriate protections in place. The child remained safe. The school and local law enforcement operated as needed to keep this child in the school community safe. But, again, we've got this power differential of a young child who is just not equipped to exercise good decision-making, despite, all of the education we give our children. Don't give out personal information on the internet. Don't talk to people you don't know on the internet. Don't know means something very different for us as adults than for our children. For our children, if you say you're the same age and you say you go to a neighboring school, you're best friends and you can share any and everything with them. And this is just part of that, we think from here, we're weighing risk, particularly as parents, we're constantly weighing risk, trying to keep our kids safe. Our kids are thinking from here, what feels good, what's working for me, what's getting me what I need. And if social connectedness is a need and someone is posing to offer that, a child is going to lead with this rather than this. I am aware of middle schoolers using school-issued devices on campus to access pornography despite the school's firewall. Again, I know that my own children and my clients are smarter at technology than I am. They know the loopholes. Again, because children are novelty seeking, that old saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. They will find a way to get what they need, and they do, which I think is a beautiful strength if it can be funneled into safe spaces. The internet is not a safe space for children without appropriate monitoring and adult supervision. One of the things that breaks my heart more than anything is the teens in my office. These are 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds who self-report to me how anxious, depressed, and unhappy they are, and feeling that it is too late for them. They have not even entered their adulthood, and they already feel doomed to the addiction to their smartphones. They tell me if they had a wish for, a younger cousin, a younger neighbor, it would be that they never had access to these devices, gaming platforms, social media sites, but they frankly feel it's a lost cause for them. And for someone who has yet to even reach adulthood to feel that way about themselves really breaks my heart. And then lastly, parents are feeling utterly disempowered. Even parents who have read the book, parents who have signed up for the Wait Till 8th campaign online, the widespread access to devices, platforms, and social media sites has become so normalized that a lot of parents feel that they're in this battle alone. They don't feel empowered to set limits at home. They don't feel able even to set those limits when children are so skilled at understanding technology and the loopholes. When the biggest obstacle that a child has to these platforms is a checkbox if you're 13 years old, that doesn't really support parents. I've had kids whose phones were successfully taken away. Parents did all the right things, and then kids get on their school-issued devices to do homework and just log right in from a web browser. So parents are feeling at their wits' end for how to enforce the household rules and limitations based on their values and based on what they feel is appropriate for their children and families. And I think that when a parent feels disempowered, that's a really hard obstacle to overcome. So in moving forward, I am not a policymaker. I am just a clinician on the ground, but things that I would like to see in support of the families that I serve is that I would love to see parents having a feeling of empowerment. Parents, I think, can be empowered through information and solidarity with other parents to take meaningful action or delay or limit social media usage. There's also that saying, it takes a village. If parents feel and know that there are community actions towards shared values and goals, I think that reinforces them to do what they feel they need to do at home to keep their kids safe. Children need access to more spaces and communities where tech-free is the norm, paired with positive experiences and social connections. I love this time of year because a lot of my kids in my office are coming off of summer camp. They've been in the woods for 2 to 6 weeks and they are alive. Like, not only is their energy lighter, but they've got that nice kind of summer glow from being outside all summer, and they are happy. And they talk to me about the social connectedness they experienced. They talk about the new skills they learned, the new relationships they forged, because these camps are typically phone-free zones. Like, you are not even allowed to bring them onto campus. They stay in your parents' car. And despite all of that positive reinforcement and all of those positive experiences, the kids in my office tell me the minute they get back in their parents' car, they check that phone, they get their 500 notifications, and it is back off to the races. And again, we as adults are able to see and understand and weigh, hey, when I went on that retreat, I felt so grounded. I'm going to start instituting some tech-free zones for myself. Children just frankly don't have the cognitive ability to make those decisions. They will lead with the reward pathway of the brain. And as we've heard from other parents and experts earlier this morning, those platforms are designed to deliver those feel-good dopamine hits through all of the variable reward schedules. Children also need education about technology, brain science, and risks. Now, we know that kids can take all this information and understand it, and they still may not be able to meaningfully act on it alone. But I, will do psychoeducation with kids in my office about the way these algorithms operate, the way these platforms fight for your attention, and they feel both shocked but also validated that they're not crazy and they don't have a problem. I've got kids who are as young as 7th graders who have already internalized, I'm lazy, I'm unmotivated, because they sit down to do homework, open up a YouTube video, and find that 2 hours have passed and they haven't gotten back to their homework. That isn't necessarily a negative reflection on this child so much as it is the delivery reward schedule that has monopolize their attention. And so I think letting kids know, hey, you know, you are up against this thing that is much bigger and much more powerful than you, and you getting sucked into this is not a negative reflection of yourself. And here's how I'm going to help you. And that is something that parents, counselors, teachers, coaches, other safe adults can support kids in. But I think ultimately parents need some support themselves. Schools need policies, practices, and resources to limit student use of devices or access to dangerous content on campus. And social media, gaming, and other related sites need age and parental verifications and meaningful notices and disclosures of risk. I see how unhappy these children are and how disempowered their parents are. And that to me is the driving force of this work. None of these kids are telling me how much they love it and how happy and fulfilled it makes them feel. And I think for them to be stuck in these cycles at these really young ages is not setting them up for success. I also think that child access to certain platforms, tasking children with the responsibility that they are not developmentally ready for, puts them at risk for poor outcomes. And so I think that's where we can help support Georgia parents, families, and children. So with that, I can take any questions.
Excellent presentation. Thank you. I'm glad Voices for Georgia's Children sent you to us. Questions from members?
Laura, thank you very much. This was incredibly insightful. Talking about your key takeaways, this last slide that we have up, I'm kind of asking the same question that I asked Ms. Winkler earlier. She mentioned Texas, Utah, Mississippi, you know, having some good legislation. What are the trends that are maybe going the right direction that we can really lean heavily into, particularly at the school level?
I would redirect that question to some of the experts that you'll have on deck later this afternoon. I am not well-versed enough in policy measures. I'm really just speaking from my on-the-ground experience talking to Georgia children and families. I do know, though, that some of the kids that I support who are in private schools that have opted for K through 12 no phones in the classroom, you know, these kids are telling me that for the first time in their high school experience, they're like making friends at school and talking to other students in the hallway. And I think that there are some really great ideas that Jonathan Haidt and his crew have spearheaded that I think they are making some headway in other states, but I would defer that question to the policy experts.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
I'll just, what I see in young men especially is that the exposure to pornography and the addiction of pornography is a major, major issue across the board. And you're seeing that. I don't know what your clientele age-wise, but there's a natural God-given portion that's there. But then there's another area, as we see, of deviation that is just absolutely evil in some ways. And I was just curious, because the pornography industry is really makes up more of the internet traffic of going on than even business as far as that. What are you seeing at your level? Is that also not only the addiction problem, but the issue of pornography and the addiction to that as well? What do you see, and how do you deal with that, I guess, is my question.
Well, based on my client population, I do skew a little bit younger. So
Yeah.
the issue of pornography most often that I see in my office is children who are inadvertently exposed to pornography. And then once you've had that exposure, and maybe a lot of these kids are being exposed before their family has even had an opportunity to have the sex talk at home or talk about porn at home. Well, now all of a sudden they're curious. And let's say they've got a device in their bedroom that they can privately look things up. I mean, the internet has created wide and open and easy access to a lot of things. And I think that Again, if children who are lacking the cognitive ability to really critically think about the content that they are consuming, are just trying to make sense of the world on their own in a misguided fashion, there's certainly children that end up down an internet rabbit hole and finding things that none of us would want for our children to have access to.
And the chemical dopamine is
Mhm.
is the key ingredient that makes that happen. And I
Mhm.
don't think we realize really the power that's there. But when that dopamine is present, it causes people to do things they would not do in a normal cognitive state.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Well, really appreciate this content. I feel like the last 10 years or so, we've not paid enough attention to child development.
Hmm.
We treat children like adults,
Mhm.
and companies treat children like adults. And in my experience, the schools even treated children like adults with the no child left behind, more seat time equals more learning. Not having recess, that kind of thing. So I really do think in your presentation supports this, that we need to get back to the fundamentals of listening to people who are experts in child development. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for your time and your attention to this issue.
Okay, next up, we're going to shift to an online presentation and listen to some of our national experts. So next up, we have Rachel Franz with Fair Play for Kids. And I believe we're also going to kind of shift to thinking about younger children. We talk a lot about social media, but really these issues are starting even before social media.
Great. Thanks, Senator Harrell. Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
We can hear
right.
you. Okay, we can hear you, but we're okay. We were waiting to see you, and
Wonderful.
we are just about there. Senate Press, let me know when you're ready. Are you ready? Or no? We'll give it a couple more minutes for some technical tweaking.
And it's totally fine if it needs to stay in this mode. I noticed that the presentation computer has the little wheel that tells us that it's waiting to do things.
Okay, the screen is the way it's going to stay. And so when you need the slide change, just say next slide.
Beautiful. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Franz, and I'm the director of the Young Children Thrive Offline program at Fair Play. We're a national nonprofit working to eliminate the exploitative and harmful business practices of marketers and big tech on behalf of kids and families. I'm grateful to Senators Harrell and Still for inviting me here today and for putting together this important and necessary study committee. Thank you to the families that have shared their stories so far, and to Laura for that incredible primer centered around child development. I want to preface my talk today with the fact that my internet is not cooperating. So if at any point I become indecipherable, please flag me down, interrupt me. Just like youth using social media, I have no control. So I'm here today to really lay some groundwork around what children need to thrive in today's world and how the current business model of technology displaces those needs beginning in infancy. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start off by saying, and I think we've heard it throughout our day so far, it has never been harder to be a parent. Data shows that families are stressed, many are under-resourced, and nearly all are busier than ever. In a 2024 Surgeon General's advisory, it was reported that 70% of parents say that it's harder to be a parent than 2 decades ago, and that children's use of technology and social media were the top 2 reasons why. And it's not only about teens glued to their phones, though that's very important. This is true for parents of children at every stage. So, as Laura was mentioning, adolescence, middle childhood, and even in the earliest years of life for babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. And each of these stages is critical to children and teens' mental and physical health. Next slide, please. So at Fair Play, we recently surveyed families of children under 6 across the US and Canada. And we found that families are deeply worried about the impact of digital devices on their children's development. So these are children likely before they've entered school, entered kindergarten. Their top 5 concerns are behavioral changes, reduced attention span, exposure to inappropriate content, less interest in non-screen activities like good old outdoor time that you all were talking about earlier, and the impact on the development of their social skills. And I think we see that this is aligned very closely with what we've heard today so far. But here's the key. This is not a matter of better parenting. Parents are being asked to do the impossible, to compete with attention monopolizing manipulative technology designed to prey upon children's developmental vulnerabilities, like the ones Laura mentioned previously. And tech companies like YouTube, Google, Meta, Snapchat, and TikTok now enter American homes earlier and earlier with worse and worse consequences. American families deserve more control over what happens in their homes, but the interference of technology in children's healthy development is beyond their individual control. It's even beyond setting parental controls at this stage. The situation is urgent and requires collective action. Next slide, please. So in The Anxious Generation, which I'm so glad you all have copies of, Jonathan Haidt outlines 4 key elements that children need to thrive, both historically and in today's world. So they are attunement or attachment. And attunement really refers to our connection to others. So for young children, it's the essential attachment that they form with their primary caregiver, which gives them a secure base from which they can explore the world. For older children, it's about becoming aware of others around you, how to relate to them, and how to relate to others. It's all about this what Haidt calls a mutually reinforcing feedback loop between real kids and real trusted adults and peers. Then there's free play, which is one of my favorites and something I've been advocating for throughout my career. Developmental theorists and experts repeat over and over again that play is how kids learn best. Free play builds creativity, problem solving, and independence. It's how children learn to take risks, fail, and try again. It's how they apply the skills that they learn in school, like math, science, literacy, getting along with others, to real life. And again, it's the best mechanism for learning, but also for joy and connection, imagination, creativity, all of which are essential for staying motivated, mentally healthy, and being productive members of society. Haidt also mentions social learning, which refers to learning who you are and how you're different from or similar to others. Children learn who they are by mimicking, practicing, and negotiating with peers, usually beginning when they enter school. Adolescents are especially wired to look to others for cues as sensitivity to peer pressure peaks. We learned about that earlier. And for best results, it requires being, spoiler alert, in person. And then there's cultural learning, which is most relevant to adolescents whose psychological and social activities include exploring their identities and developing a sense of belonging related to that identity. And yet, there are deliberate, unregulated design and marketing decisions made by tech companies that undermine each of these elements. In a moment, I want to pull in some concrete examples of what this looks like when kids are using digital devices. I know many of my colleagues today and my colleagues later will talk about social media. So my examples are some of the design and marketing tactics experienced by babies, toddlers, and preschoolers under 6 and their families. And while we're largely thinking about social media here, these mechanisms are the same or similar to those used in social media platforms, apps, and games, just sort of translated into apps and videos and games for very, very young children. So this is a problem that children across the lifespan are experiencing. Next slide, please. So the reason that I'm focusing on young children is because that early childhood is the foundation of human development. The brain grows more in the first 5 years than at any other time in life. In fact, it grows to 90% of its full adult size by age 5. So the skills that children develop in this window, language, figuring out how to calm down and self-regulate, their physical skills, those all shape their lifelong outcomes. And countless studies show that adverse experiences during these times can impact later in life mental health, ability to keep a job, imprisonment, and more. And I think what we'll learn throughout this study session is that screen time and use of social media and all of these platforms is potentially an adverse experience, even for young children, right? And as has been mentioned before, companies know that children at this age are extra vulnerable, right? They target this critical period and exploit it for profit, most often using what we call manipulative design. So if we can go to the next slide. So manipulative designs are intentional strategies that are used by technology companies to either or and keep children on the platform, and that's often for data collection purposes. Make kids take a particular action, such as clicking, spinning, engaging with an ad, etc., and to get kids to spend money or to ask to spend money. And this is happening, again, even for babies and toddlers. On the next slide, please. I'll name kind of some examples of what those manipulative designs are. So they include autoplay or endless scroll. So if you've seen this motion, right, it's sort of having endless content, or it automatically going to the next video once you've finished one video. attention-grabbing ads that divert focus away from the task at hand, and sometimes even take kids to totally inappropriate places. It can be sometimes as few as 2 clicks on recommendations on the side of a kid-friendly video where they can see violence or sexual content. Customization and avatar shopping really creates this culture of consumerism that I'll touch on a little bit later. Many apps and also videos and ads use scarcity tactics. So these are things that pop up that say, there are only 3 minutes left to buy this, or this is an extremely limited item, get it before it goes. And that's very tempting to young children who have no impulse control. And, you know, as they get toward that middle childhood, are really motivated by rewards. We also see a lot of variable or unpredictable rewards. So these are like gambling. So we see spinning wheels or loot boxes to win a reward, and you most often get the worst reward possible. And then we have frequent rewards, which really touch on that dopamine that Laura was talking about. And this involves getting rewards for every little thing you do on a platform. It can also include timed rewards. So children get rewards for coming back to the platform each day, or they might get virtual currency for playing for 40 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. And there's growing incentive to spend longer and longer on the platform. And then one I didn't list here is virtual currency. Virtual currency obfuscates the value of money, which is already quite hard, if not impossible, for children to understand. And this includes, there are sort of different tiers of virtual currency at many of the platforms, which makes it additionally confusing. Next slide, please. Another thing that's really important to understand is that most babies, toddlers, and preschoolers are using technology. Common Sense Media found that by 2 years old, 40% of children have their own tablet. And if we think about sort of the platforms that they're using, YouTube and YouTube Kids dominates with an average of 72% of babies, toddlers, and preschoolers using these most often. And we know that they're filled with manipulative designs, which I will show you some examples of later. Next slide, please. Okay. So remembering the Jonathan Haidt sort of 4 elements that help children thrive, right? Let's talk about how tech platforms are designed against attunement. So tech products insert themselves between a parent and a child. Instead of reinforcing the bond through eye contact, conversation, or play, manipulative tech draws attention away, creating distance. This can happen by parents being drawn to technology. Researchers call this technoference. And sometimes when you're breastfeeding, it's called brexting. Or it can happen when children are using technology in place of interaction. And, you know, the problem is that tech products for young children are marketed as filling a need, as a way for children to learn core skills. But what this does is that it deprives children of the back and forth interactions that are so critical during these early years. On the next slide, please, we can see a screenshot that's coming up in a moment. This is a screenshot of a search for baby videos on YouTube Kids. And it may be hard to see in this view, but almost all of these videos claim to teach your baby or toddler their first words, learn their ABCs, or occupy them with nursery rhymes. These are all kind of labeled as educational apps, and they've actually been proven to be the opposite of educational, not actually educational, and filled with ads and rampant manipulative design on the platforms. Companies have done a really good job of making families feel that screen time is essential for their young children's learning. And so families are drawn to these platforms through this false marketing, and then encounter very convincing messages that your child needs YouTube Kids in order to learn their first words. Next slide, please. So here I've cited a number of the pieces of research that show how uneducational these platforms are. So 75% of videos on YouTube watched by 0 to 8-year-olds had no or limited educational quality. And in fact, only 5% had sort of that high educational quality. 93% of preschool apps marketed as educational are not when you evaluate them for the criteria of what makes learning for young children. Plus, they contain ads. And then researchers also report that even in apps that are rated as teacher approved, they are filled with manipulative design tactics. And yet still, when we surveyed families, 52% of them, the majority, believe that screen time is essential for their children's development and learning. Next slide, please. So there's really no research to support these use of these apps, the videos, the games for babies and toddlers. There's no research, and there's very little for preschoolers, none of which was done in today's typical online environment featuring manipulative design. Instead, there is research like that it's 2 to 3 times more effective to be in person, responding to your child to learn their language, their home language, than it is to watch educational programming. Next slide, please. So what's worse, many of these platforms use autoplay, which many of us have seen. If you're watching Netflix, it automatically goes to the next program, and all of a sudden you're sucked into 5 hours of watching Gossip Girl or whatever you happen to like watching. But for young children, it means that putting on a 15-minute educational video very easily turns into several hours. And when we surveyed families of young children, they told us that they don't necessarily know what their children are watching. They present them with YouTube or YouTube Kids, and they're off. The sort of lower image shows that YouTube and YouTube Kids also allows videos to get around when families turn off autoplay, which is an option in YouTube Kids. They have live streams of certain content. So this one on the very right is an 11-hour video that children can watch, as well as sort of mashups of different types of videos leading to multiple hours of screen time. On the next slide is an example of manipulative design in ABC Mouse. So ABC Mouse is an app used in over 65,000 classrooms and 1/3 of all US public libraries. So in an account that I set up for a 3-year-old, there were attempts to prolong my play in every corner. Even when I tried to log off, I was encouraged with this sort of musical pop-up and encouraging Mouse to come back and play every day. And then the next slide shows that right after that, I was given a prize for coming one day. And then they sort of tease you with the next day's prizes, which is very, very tempting for young children, right? And then they're encouraged to go back into the game, to go to their aquarium to use this reward that they just received. And again, very, very tempting and hard to resist. Next slide, please. Another thing that's related to attunement is children's self-regulation and reactivity, like anger and tantruming. Researchers have found that the more manipulative design there is, the more likely children are to have difficulty separating from tablets, which makes it very hard for families and kids. And when tablets are used to calm children down, it negatively affects their executive function, so their impulse control, ability to pay attention, working memory, their ability to self-regulate, and increases their emotional reactivity, tantruming anger over time. And again, these are absolutely critical skills and determine children's ability to engage in school, make friends, be successful later in life. Next, let's look at what it looks like to be designed against free play. And I have a couple of videos here, which I'm wondering if they will play in this mode. If you can go to the previous slide, slide 17. And nope, I don't think those will work here. So I'll describe them to you. So first I'll say that digital products replace and displace open-ended free play with commercial content and manipulative design. Advertising reaches directly into playtime, making it about brands and purchases instead of imagination, and there's data to back that up. Overstimulating videos hijack that play nonstop. And so this first video, and I will send these sort of separately so that you can see them on your own time if you'd like. So this first video, this baby is a real baby, is opening and closing her fists and finding her hands for the first time. She has an adult nearby to encourage her, and she's calm and curious and taking risks, right? Putting her hands in her mouth, opening and closing them that are the right size for her at this age. The next video, which I think is important for you to see, and again, I'll send those along separately. It's a video that was posted by a parent on TikTok of they putting their few-month-old son in front of what's called a baby sensory video, which are heavily marketed to families with babies. And they're up to 11-hour videos that tout that they can calm your baby. And when you see the video, you'll notice that the baby looks terrified and then zombified. And again, sure, this family could not put on this tech for their baby, but the false marketing is so powerful that families feel that they need to. Next slide, please. So Laura mentioned Roblox. For children 5 and above, Roblox is extremely popular and is a great example of what manipulative design looks like. There are 207 million monthly users on Roblox. 21% of them are under the age of 9. So that's about 43.5 million children in early childhood using it. Roblox has a number of different experiences that kids can choose from. So they get this big menu of different experiences with some descriptions You can see how many people are playing it at a time, so you know what's most popular. On this next slide, I feature the Adopt Me experience, where you can raise a pet or a baby. And it's very popular with the youngest players. But the manipulative design is front and center. So in the middle photo is an example of a countdown to get a limited edition car, a scarcity tactic designed to activate FOMO and urgency. And then what's worse, on the right, you receive a daily task list in order to earn game currency. And you have to purchase a car in order to complete that list. And they have to spend different types of virtual currency that are real money in order to get this car, but they need to spend, there's also on here, very often there are play for 40 minutes in order to get a special prize, which is an example of a timed reward. Next slide. So almost all experiences in Roblox also include some form of gambling or loot box, where children with no impulse control and high sensitivity to rewards, as is developmentally appropriate, right, are faced with tempting opportunities to win, and they get more spins if they play for 15 more, 30 more, 90 more minutes. And while in these experiences, children may be pretending, the pseudo play is controlled really by the company's profit motive, not what kids actually want to do, which is what makes it free play. There have also been countless reports of child sexual abuse, bullying, and inappropriate interactions with strangers on Roblox, as Laura highlighted earlier. Let's see. I'm going to direct us to our next slide, please. So all of these are kind of what we call engagement tactics, a form of manipulative design that increase children's overall screen time and displace free play. So if we look at the screen time recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics, we can see that generally under 2, children should have no screen time, with a few exceptions. Between 2 and 5, children should have less than an hour per day. But when we surveyed families, on the next slide, we found that 75% of families with children under 2 exceed those recommendations, and 79% of children ages 2 to 5 exceed those recommendations. So the power and the pull coming from all directions is real here. Next slide, please. And in sort of wrapping up our conversation about free play here, and this is a fun and interactive slide that didn't quite make it as interactive because of how we're sharing it, but I'll do my best. So if we look at experts' definitions of high quality play, we see that it includes children making their own decisions, children becoming immersed in the moment, children intrinsically motivated, play is enjoyable, and play is spontaneous and not scripted. Instead, when it's displaced with digital company-driven play, companies make children's decisions for them. Children become too immersed in the moment, and it's hard to disconnect. Children become extrinsically motivated and extremely motivated by rewards. Play becomes scripted based on what the company wants you to do. And children will say that they're having fun, it's a question of, is this really their play, right? And just one last example here on the next slide of something from other apps that are very popular with young children. So it's really common to see ads like these that look like part of the game. So they pop up and they look like a part of the game, right? They encourage children to click to open ad content. So the one on the left invites children to spin to get a reward. And then they can spin again if they watch an ad. And it's very difficult to sort of click past this. And so yeah, easy to fall for. And then the one on the right uses a similar tactic to get kids to click and play a totally different game. If you don't engage, a child-friendly character drowns and dies. And then they say, you couldn't save them. That's pretty disturbing and popping up on popular apps with children as young as 2. All right, next slide, please. So lastly, social and cultural learning are impacted greatly by technology. And we'll hear more about this from my colleagues later and throughout your discussions about social media, but especially social media platforms, according to Jonathan Haidt, are the most efficient conformity engines ever invented. Algorithms push sameness, not individuality. For young children, even platforms that appear safe, like YouTube Kids, use features like autoplay and likes and subscribes that keep kids scrolling instead of interacting with peers or siblings in real life. And as children get older, this becomes even more pronounced. So instead of learning recipes, songs, and stories from their families and communities and home cultures, children become immersed in a globalized commercial culture. And youth culture today is too often defined by whatever has the most likes, TikTok dances, influencer trends, or disguised advertising rather than family or local traditions. The next slide is an example again from ABC Mouse, where the emphasis is on buying cool pets and earning tickets, as opposed to learning and play. And then the next slide features kidfluencers, or kid influencers, young influencers that are especially powerful with young children because they're prone to parasocial relationships with peers, especially slightly older peers. We have kid influencers like Ryan's Toy World, and here examples of Elsa and Anna toddlers and Nastia, like Nastia, very, very popular. They are all
Rachel, I don't know if you can hear me, but you froze.
Apologies, am I back?
Yes, you were back.
Okay, great. Where did I lose you?
At least your
I was
voice.
talking about kid. Okay, great. I was talking about kidfluencers. Last, hopefully. Great. So on the next slide, if we can hop to the next one. All of this is changing so rapidly. And that's one of the things that makes it so hard to regulate, right? But if we don't regulate now, it's going to keep developing and getting worse and worse, even for babies, right? Here's an example of a increasingly popular AI toy that's called Gabo. It's from a company called Curio. And I've been chatting with this AI toy lately. And it's aimed at young children. I set up an account for a 2-year-old, and from this robot, I repeatedly hear things like, pretend play super fun. What should we pretend to be today? You're my best friend too. Let's keep having fun and exploring together. And, you know, AI toys have the potential just to displace real social interactions and cultural learning. You'll learn more about AI in a later study committee session, but flagging that it's coming for us fast and it's coming for our kids really fast, even in the form of a like squishy plus plush toy. So as all of these key elements of childhood are displaced, families are seeing real effects now and will see the effects down the road. So the families of young children that we surveyed told us about their real challenges, almost all of which can be attributed to the business model of technology as it is. So they said that their biggest challenges in managing screen time were that screens are everywhere, everyone's using them. My child gets upset or throws tantrums. They need to occupy their child while they're working. They're unsure of how much is healthy, and there's a lot of manipulative content. And we asked them specifically about manipulative content. Next slide, please. So 67% of families agreed that the way that most apps, games, or other screen-based platforms are designed makes it harder to set limits on screen time for their children 5 or younger. So we're hearing this from families of very young children who haven't even gotten to the harms of social media and smartphones yet, right? Next slide, please. The good news is that families are speaking up and asking for help. So in our survey of 800 families with young children, the majority said that they wanted stronger protections and policy change. And this support holds for both mothers and fathers and Democrats and Republicans. So people are aligned. It's really a nonpartisan issue. And again, this is long before families witness firsthand impacts of social media design. In the next slide, we also surveyed families on policies that are very much aligned with design code legislation and a few sort of updates to the Children Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA. And you can see just by glancing at the numbers on the right that 76 to 84% of the families we surveyed would support restricting companies from advertising to children under 13 or placing ads in apps, games, or content primarily used by children, requiring easier and clearer information for families about whether content is marketed as educational, meets specific child development standards, banning strategically timed advertisements, banning the use of artificial characters, influencers, or animated figures to pressure or shame children into taking actions like staying in a game, spending money, or sharing personal information, banning autoplay, infinite scroll, and features like those, and requiring warning labels on digital devices designed for children. And you'll learn more about some of the policy interventions later, but the bottom line is that families are asking for protection long before their children are handed their own smartphone or get whisked away by social media. Families need this, and voters need this, right? So thank you so much for your time. I'll wrap up with this last slide, which says that all children, all Georgia children, all children in the US and across the world deserve a childhood in which they thrive. Parents can't parent past a system designed against them. They're asking for help. And the real problem is tech companies' design and marketing that is detrimental to children starting in infancy. And collective action is necessary now. And I'm looking forward to collaborating further and answering your questions if I have a few moments to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. That was very informative, especially looking at the younger children. The combination of 11-hour videos, wow.
Yeah.
In combination with this manipulative design is really an illustration that we have rewritten childhood. And it's not for the better. So we really appreciate your ability to spell that out for us. Other questions from committee members? I'm just hearing a lot of that was great. So thank you very much. We are going to have
Thank
one more
you.
presentation. We're going to change the order a little bit. One more short presentation, and then we're going to break for lunch, and we're going to come back for our what I consider our keynote speaker, Casey Mock with the Anxious Generation. And so, Dr. Wiskin, we're going to bump you up. I think your presentation pairs well with this, and so we'll have you before we go to lunch. Then you can get back to your practice too. Dr. Robert Wiskin with the Georgia Academy.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Bob Wiskin. I'm a general pediatrician practicing in Atlanta. I'm a past president of the Georgia AAP, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 2,000 plus pediatricians who are members of the chapter. At the national level, the AAP has a lot of good resources that I would encourage you to look at related to media and children. They have a Center for Excellence on Social Media and Youth Mental Health. And Senator, I'm going to anticipate your question about which states are doing a good job of this. I don't know, but I will find out from the AAP and I will follow up with you. The AAP has policy statements on media and young minds, policy statement, media use in school-age children and adolescents. But what I want to focus on today is the policy statement titled Digital Advertising for Children. And I believe you have a copy of that in your packet. The focus, or what you can skip to in that policy statement, is the recommendations at the end. And the Academy has recommendations for parents, and those include to enhance and monitor privacy settings. As a previous speaker said, many apps and devices start with the very lowest privacy settings, and parents should adjust that to the highest privacy settings. Senator Harrow, you said to be a role model for your children in digital media use. That's important that the parents role model responsible use, and especially when it comes to advertising. It's a great opportunity when you're watching something with your child and an ad comes on to talk with the child at any age about what that ad is doing, how it's trying to sell you to do something. And that's the best way to consume media is as a family, so that you can understand what it is doing and how it's potentially trying to manipulate you. And finally, the AP recommends that families create a family media plan, which is a formal agreement within the family of these are our rules about media. They recommend that there's no media, no phones at dinner time or at meal times. They recommend limitations. You really shouldn't have media in a child's bedroom. That includes televisions as well as computers and phones, to have activities before bed that are media free to get you ready. But the main thing I wanted to focus on today was the recommendations for both the industry and policymakers like yourself. So the first recommendation from this report is to adopt stricter privacy regulations for all users, that the default should be that highest level of privacy, so that you would actively have to change to a lower level of privacy. That all apps, all videos, everything should have upfront disclosures of what data is collected and how that data is shared, so you know what you're getting into from the very beginning. For children less than 13, personal and location data collection from apps and websites should be prohibited unless the parent actively consents to it. And for children 13 to 17, they would have to actively consent for there to be personal and location data collected. The AP recommends that all targeted advertising be banned to anyone less than 18 years of age. that all commercial advertising should be banned to children less than 7 because, as previous speaker said, they have a hard time distinguishing what's content and what's advertising at that age. There should be a prohibition on in-app host selling and purchases, the monetization of apps and websites. There should be a clear separation of content and advertising in media that's designed for children. Again, because they often, even into that early adolescent years, have difficulty distinguishing between what's content and what's advertising. And then some of the earlier speakers talked about the addictive nature of media itself, but there's also what's promoted in media that's addictive. We know that children are more susceptible to addictive habits because of their developing brain. So there needs to be a reduction in the advertising of unhealthy food and beverages for children and teens. One of the major causes of the obesity epidemic is that children are consuming unhealthy foods. A lot of that is coming from advertising that encourages that consumption. That there should be restrictions on the depiction of tobacco and nicotine products, both in movies and in video games, for the same reason. Most people who end up being lifetime smokers started smoking regularly when they were in their teens and early 20s, and that's because they're exposed to it in their peers, but also in media and advertising. There needs to be limited access and marketing of marijuana products to youth. And finally, the last recommendation is one that the Georgia legislature can address most easily and most quickly, and that is to require and fund digital literacy curricula in schools to equip students to be savvy media consumers and to resist manipulative advertising. So what I want to close with is 2 quotes from this policy statement that I think can help guide you through this process. The first quote is, "Children's and teenagers' unique developmental needs make them more vulnerable to negative physical, mental, and financial health effects of digital marketing. Although parents play a large role in helping their children be critical of media messages, identify surreptitious advertising approaches, and resist their influence, it is also crucial that there are measures in place in children's digital media environment to protect their needs." And then the second quote, "Parents can be effective in teaching children and teenagers to think critically about digital media, but the primary duty to protect children falls on technology developers and policymakers who should create a digital environment in which families can access content that provides opportunities rather than delivers profits." So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Wiskind. Any questions from members?
One question, just a comment, what I've been hearing from, thank you for all the presenters so far. It's been really, eye-opening, testimony. And this, we hear all this stuff, been hearing the news media and everything else. But thank you. I think we have the opportunity not to just to think the other way instead of what the other state doing. We have the opportunity to probably lead the nation. And I think with your help, we'll be able to do something good in the future. I'm optimistic. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Could we go back to the list of industry and policymaker recommendations number 8? Require and fund digital literacy curricula in schools, prohibit use of digital media that contain advertising in the classroom. Right now, so much of this is being driven at the county level or the school district level. Do you have any thoughts kind of holistically about from a statewide basis? Like how does something like that roll out on a statewide level?
Georgia historically has mandated education on various topics in schools. I think in the most recent legislative session, there was education about CPR, I believe, education on other topics. So it's not unprecedented for Georgia to say that all schools will have to do it. They often will then leave the implementation to the schools themselves.
That's the key, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
There's one comment that you made. It's interesting. Growing up, is that we used to see cigarette commercials advertising on a regular basis, even in our movies. If you look at some of the old movies, everybody's smoking, and you kind of go, "Wow!" But we took a stand as a nation that the consequences of that was derogatory and not in the best interest. And I think this is the kind of thing here that we're talking about, what you're seeing with young children. And I think even the physical fitness, I don't know about you, but the kids were out running and playing and seeing even the presidential move to deal with our physical health. When you look around, just observation, we are not as healthy of a society as we need to be. And I'm assuming from your standpoint as a physician, you're seeing the same thing in the patients that come in the door, a need for physical exercise and control of what comes into our bodies. Am I correct?
Yes, I would say that I think children have become overprogrammed. They have set activities that may be good individually, but if they take up too much of their time, they don't have that time for free play and free thought.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to take a 30-minute lunch break. So let's plan on being back about 12:45 for the final speakers. For part two, we have all been lunched. And our next speaker, Mr. Casey Mock from The Anxious Generation. Casey, you have the pleasure of being the after lunch speaker, but I've also dubbed you as the keynote speaker. And everybody's really excited to hear from you. We have distributed an anxious generation to everybody on the committee. And I'm happy to report that my co-chair already had his own copy and it is completely marked up. So we're good there. But we're very excited about having you today and hearing from you. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm also joined today by my colleague, Ravi
Okay,
Iyer.
we got to work on the sound a little bit.
Oh.
Give us a couple minutes to work out the technical issues.
Sure.
Okay, can you say something, see if we can hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Sir.
We can hear you and we can see you.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm joined by my colleague Ravi Iyer as well. Can you see and hear Ravi too? So I'll let Ravi introduce himself, but he's been working with Professor Haidt for 15 years or so, and is a real big gun when it comes to these issues. But thank you so much for having me and for putting together this study committee. My name is Casey Mock. As you mentioned, I am policy director for the Anxious Generation Movement. I'm also I teach tech policy and ethics at Duke University. I've been working on state tech policy issues for about a decade now, was formerly in-house at Amazon, and I've served 2 governors in a nonpartisan capacity, one of each party. And as was noted earlier, I can really emphasize from that experience that this is probably the most bipartisan issue I've ever seen in my career. Ravi, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so thanks for having us. I'm Ravi Iyer. I've worked with John for about 15 years. I'm a fellow social psychologist. I actually worked at Meta for about 5 years on some of these issues. How do we improve the impact of the platform on society? I left there about 3 years ago to help bring some of the insights I got from my time there to the wider world, talk to people at other companies. A lot of the design changes that we did at Meta have been done across other companies that make the platform safer, both for kids and for society in general. And so I now work at the University of Southern California Neely Center, where we work to help people like you understand different options for improving these platforms' effects on society. Great to be here.
Thanks, Ravi. So I'm now sharing some slides. Is the committee able to see those?
Yes, and Ravi, thank you for joining us as well today.
So, well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So my goal here today, because you all have already heard from some great presenters who had lots of great information, and I think I agreed with just about everything that you heard earlier today, is to put that in a lot of societal and historical context so that you all as a committee can start thinking about what policies might be best for Georgia to address some of these harms that you've heard from, and also be putting it in the context of the book. So several of the charts you'll see today are in the book, and I think we'll hope that you'll make the use of those new copies that you've got and get more detail from what I'm going to share here today. So I know that this all feels like it's happened really suddenly. And if we look at historical adoption of technologies over the past century in the United States, we really have been at a unique moment in the last 15 years. We've seen the confluence of rapid adoption by adults, by kids, by families of 2 different technologies nearly simultaneously. One of those is a smartphone and the other is social media. And you can see that in this chart. And so here we are 15 years later, after those 2 technologies reached wide adoption and began to emerge, and we have adolescents who have spent their entire lives sort of stewing in this soup that's been made of these new technologies. And it's why we're starting to see many of these harms manifest today. And so just to take us back in time a little bit, I think we all remember the flip phone days. And when I was a teenager, I had like a brick phone and it didn't have a camera on it. It didn't have the internet. It didn't have Instagram, and texts were kind of dire because you had to pay for them by text. And now with Gen Z, they have something completely different. They have this supercomputer that's in their pocket that has a front-facing camera, that has high-speed internet with access to everything from Instagram to Pornhub, unlimited text, data, and internet. And I just want to make the point that the problem isn't the iPhone itself or Android phones themselves or even social media on its own, but it really is the convergence of these two things together. It's hard to measure, but starting in the 2010s, kids had more access due to this technology to a screen all the time. And all the other screens in their lives also became internet connected. So previously, kids couldn't take a TV or video game system with them in their pockets everywhere they went. And TVs and video game systems weren't connected to the internet. So John's book talks about the phone-based childhood, but he actually makes it clear that we think about that a little bit more expansively. We really mean screens with an internet connection. So this covers not just phones, but also Xboxes and PlayStations, Chromebooks and iPads that students have at school. And so the average teen in the 1990s spent a little less than 3 hours a day watching TV and playing video games. In the 2010s, that nearly doubled with the data that we have, and that data is probably an underestimate. The real number we have reason to believe for when kids are just at least distracted by a screen is probably around 16 hours a day, or I think that comes to 112 hours a week. So from this change in technology and society, we've found 4 foundational harms, and these are each covered in the book that you all have: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and addiction. And as was mentioned earlier today, the people with the least developed cortices in their brains to manage these foundational harms are kids. So kids are uniquely vulnerable to these harms. So very quickly, social deprivation. Now, a lot of this comes as an opportunity cost, right? If you're spending up to 100+ hours a week on a screen, those are hours that by default you are not spending with friends or family or doing other things because there's only 24 hours in a day. And importantly, too, is I think you could probably glean from the testimony that you heard earlier today that online social time is not a great substitute for in-person social time. In fact, it seems to reduce mental health among adolescents, in particular when compared to adolescents who are socializing offline. So you can see after this period between 2010 and 2015, when the smartphone was introduced, when Instagram and apps that have sort of social pictures were introduced and the front-facing camera was introduced, we start to see this time spent with friends in person plummet, particularly for adolescents. Sleep deprivation is a similar story. So adolescents, as I think there's some parents in the room probably have teenagers, like adolescents need a lot of sleep as kids are going through puberty. I think the recommended average is something around 9 hours of sleep. And already in the 90s, kids were not getting enough sleep. But now that has really intensified with these social media apps, in particular on phones, that keep kids up late at night. And because of early starting school times, adolescents in particular do not have the opportunity to make up those extra hours in the mornings by sleeping in. So a sleep deprived teen is worse at learning and at school, and the result is bad grades. A sleep deprived teen has worse motor skills, could result in accidents like automobile accidents. Irritability is another symptom of sleep deprivation. So relationships with friends and family suffer, and it even has impacts on physical health. So immune systems suffer, and weight management suffer as a result of sleep deprivation as well. Now, those charts that I just showed are from the book, so you can see more of them there. But we've been really focused on this issue over the last few months, which is attention fragmentation. So these charts are from an article that was published in the Financial Times a few months ago. And if the committee wants a copy of that, I'm sure we can get that for you. But across a bunch of different measures, you can start to see the impact of this attention fragmentation, not just on youth, but on the economy more broadly. So test scores are declining for reasoning and problem solving tests with both teenagers and adults. Teenagers are future adults, importantly. And then there's also been a rise in people self-reporting cognitive challenges. So difficulty concentrating, trouble learning new things. These have all increased in the smartphone era. And I'll also note that this attention fragmentation happens even when the phone is put away because of habituation to the device. So there have been some studies that show that even if the phone is away or put away in a bag or something like that, people still sort of instinctively reach for it because they've been so habituated to the notifications. I believe one measure that we've seen is that young people in particular, between communications apps and other apps, get an average of one notification on their phone every waking minute of the day. Which you can imagine will make it very difficult to concentrate. This is having other impacts too, decline in reading with teenagers, and then the share of adults who are struggling to process new information is up. And I want to be really clear that, this committee is focused on kids, but this is also a workforce development issue for Georgia, and for the United States as a whole. Like, if we are not raising future adults who can concentrate, who can read, and who can focus, our workforce is going to have a hard time being competitive on the international stage, particularly in competition with nations like China. Addiction is the final of these foundational harms that I want to address. And so these are numbers that I think other folks have covered here today. But the story here with these products is problematic use and addictive use. Teenagers self-report using these platforms almost constantly, and self-report being able to pull away from them. The tragic story that we heard from the father earlier today, whose teenager knew exactly what was happening to him and still was unable to pull away from them, is this story sort of written in a human life, and this is happening all around the country. And so here I'm going to slow down because that was a lot, but this is what the additional context that I think Ravi and I can offer here. So we heard a lot earlier about dopamine, and it sounds like members of the committee are like familiar with the behavioral science behind this. Humans are not unique. In the animal kingdom, you can do experiments with rats where you can sort of test their dopamine against variable reward systems. But and this is also covered in the book, but I think what I want to add here is we know for a fact that the companies at issue here have built their businesses around this cycle. So the illustration on the left here is from the Hooked model. This is something that developers know about and build their products around. And so they start with an external trigger, something like a notification to draw you into the app, right? And that drawing you into the app to check that notification is the action that you take. Then once you take that action, the app delivers a variable reward. And importantly, the dopamine hit is contingent on that always not being a positive reward. And the science shows this, and the people building the technology know this as well. So if you get a pleasant experience or something that you want 10 times out of 10, you're actually far less likely to come back if that variable reward is a much smaller amount. Now, the final stage in this, the investment stage, is what's unique to humans, which also unique to these platforms. So these platforms encourage you to invest in them by uploading and games, investing a lot in your sort of video game character on something like Fortnite, or the worlds that you're building in games like Roblox. And it's with that investment that trigger is readily able to suck people back in. And so the image on the right is a screenshot of an internal presentation at Meta. This was disclosed in the Facebook files with Frances Haugen's whistleblowing, and in the accompanying text and everything with this slide shows that they've intentionally built their products around this model about capturing that dopamine hit. Ravi, do you want to add anything here?
I mean, I'll just say, like, companies often say things like, we're just giving users what they want. And I think if I were to ask people in the room, like, how many of you want to use your cell phones more or less? Like, most people want to use their cell phones less. And teens are no different. They're aware that they're being manipulated. 70% of teens in one survey say that they feel manipulated by these products. And so we all have two different kinds of wants. We have our short-term wants, which these products often trigger. Like I want a donut right now, but I don't want to eat more donuts. I aspire to eat healthier food. So I think there are ways that these products take advantage of our sort of more base wants and help us do things that we don't aspire to do. And so I think there are ways that we can help teens, live their aspirational lives as opposed to, the lives that they're living right now, where they're constantly on their phones and they're feeling manipulated by them.
Thanks, Ravi. And my intention in showing this to the committee here is also as part of a plea that you recognize that this is actually something that you as state legislators can take action on. It's long-standing history that states have the authority and indeed the responsibility to regulate consumer protection. States take a bigger share of that actually than the federal government does. And it's delegated to the states under the 10th Amendment, the police power of the states. So this is something that states have the ability and the responsibility to legislate around to protect your citizens and to put up barriers to market access for companies that have toxic business models. And there's more than 100 years of precedence around this, when going back to the Great Depression with chain letter schemes, to the 70s with telemarketing type schemes, and then even today with payday lending type schemes. These are all things that states regulate, and they're toxic and extractive business models, and you have the power and the authority to do something about it as a state legislator today. So that's one driver of problematic use. The next driver of problematic use is what you've all heard about FOMO, the fear of missing out. And we call this a collective trap. This is a chart from an academic study that we can make sure the committee has a copy of. So the chart on the left, I'm sorry, the blue bars show what users would pay, how they value the app, right? How they value TikTok, how they value Instagram. So what they would pay to keep using that app potentially. But the orange and yellow bars are actually what they would pay to make the app go away for everyone. So to Ravi's point earlier about what do kids want, it's clear that when it's just one individual themselves, they feel compelled to participate, but they would actually rather it didn't exist. And we have other materials and polling that we can share that a large proportion of Generation Z wishes that these things had never been invented in the first place. And this is unique with technology. If you look backwards in history, it has been extremely rare, if it's ever happened at all, that an entire generation wishes a novel technology had not been invented. Ravi, anything you want to add here?
No, I think you covered it.
Thanks. So I want to also briefly cover what the companies know. And so on this slide are documents that have been produced in litigation against Snapchat and TikTok. And these are quotes from internal company documents. So you can see on the column on the left that executives at Snapchat are very well aware of the pressure that their intentional design choices with their products create in order to keep teens coming back to the platform. And a key aspect of this with Snap is the Snap streaks. So it's almost like a quantification of how good of friends you are with someone, is how many consecutive days you've corresponded with them on Snapchat. And there's troves of documents that have been produced in litigation that demonstrate that Snap is well aware that this creates a compulsive need with adolescents to participate in the app. And then similarly on the right, you've got quotes internal from TikTok to where they acknowledge that their algorithm is designed to keep kids coming back. And they particularly target users who are sensitive to the reinforcement to keep coming back. So this is, again, an intentional business model, and the companies know exactly what they're building here. And so here I'm going to turn it more to Ravi to talk our additional, I think, narrower types of harms. And once we start to think about these types of harms, it's easier to see how to design legislation to prevent them and to build better products for kids. And so, anticipating the senator's question about what states are doing this well, the states that we think are doing this well, which we can cover after this if folks want, tend to be addressing these foundational harms. Ravi?
Yeah, so I wanted to sort of break it down a little bit more about like the kinds of experiences that kids are having. And the first thing I just want to illustrate is that a lot of these things are unwanted, right? So we heard earlier today about kids, really young kids seeing sexual content that they are not ready for, right? And inadvertently, they're not like seeking it out, right? And so like the average age of pornography exposure, and it was one study is age 12, and that's a little dated. It's probably lower now. And majority of those kids are seeing things inadvertently, right? They're not seeking it out. And so we can see, if you ask kids, have you seen some, unwanted sexually explicit content in the last 7 days? And this is from one Instagram study. You'll see a lot of kids who will report that they've seen that. So, you can look at unwanted content. You can also look at unwanted advances. So a lot of kids also are getting messages from strangers that they don't want. And then overuse. So I'll go through all three of those in turn. So unwanted contact. So one, there are these fairly common experiences. 1 in 8 users under the age of 16 say they've had an unwanted sexual advance on Instagram, and that's in a 7-day period, right? And so if you do the math, that's millions of kids every 7 days saying that they've had an unwanted sexual advance. This is not like teens who know each other. These are unwanted interactions. On some occasions, these unwanted sexual advances lead to things like sextortion. There's a study by Snap that a surprisingly high, somewhere between 10 and 20% of kids have actually shared naked images of themselves with somebody else, or intimate images. And then oftentimes they lose control. More than half of those cases, they actually lose control of those images, and it gets shared, beyond their control, right? So this is like it's not like most kids are having this, but a significant percentage of kids are having this unwanted contact. It's leading to serious consequences. And yes, in like at least a few dozen cases, we've actually seen suicides result from sextortion cases. Now, the main thing I want to communicate is that these things can be fixed by design on these platforms. You don't have to start policing what people can and can't say to each other. You can just create more privacy defaults, right? So that, by default, most kids are there to talk to their friends. They're not there to talk to a bunch of strangers in some other country. So you can just make it so that strangers can't contact these kids by default, and make that, some platforms do that, other platforms don't. Just make it a standard so platforms can't compete by having like looser defaults and sort of more interactions on their system. The other thing is, if you actually read the sextortion playbook from some of these groups in other countries that are targeting our youth, they talk about bombing our platforms. They'll email everyone at a high school. They'll message everyone at a high school and try and get friendships with all of them. And we just shouldn't allow this kind of like mass messaging, right? Like most harms in the world, it's a small group of people who perpetrate these harms. And if we just create rate limits so that, and this is one thing we did at Meta, was like just doing something so that, there's some reasonable limit to the number of people you can try to friend or invite or message, just reduces a lot of the harm in the system. These systems are not, it is unnatural for a person to be able to contact thousands of kids at a week. Next slide, please. So unwanted content. So these things, again, can be designed away from without, getting into issues of like what people can and can't say or what people can and can't view. A lot of these systems are optimized for people to spend more time on the system, right? If you read Meta's own blog about like how these systems are optimized, they'll say, they're optimizing for what video do you click on? What video do you spend more than a certain amount of time watching? And sometimes that's something that you're interested in, but oftentimes that might be, an overly sexual piece of content, an overly violent piece of content, something that you can't help but pay attention to, but you don't necessarily want to see more of, right? And so a lot of youth will say they have They're seeing unwanted sexual content, they're seeing unwanted graphic content, and you can remove a lot of those things, not by deciding what kids should or shouldn't see, but just by saying, like, let's stop optimizing for the thing that gets them to use these things longer. Let's optimize for, say, what they explicitly want or what they're searching for. And then the next slide, please. And the last harm I'll talk about really is like overusage of these products. And so a lot of kids are, like kids, you don't have to take my word for it. This is not adults saying that kids are using these products too much. Kids themselves will tell you that they are using these products too much. So I read a report for the Minnesota Attorney General, cited some stats that 55% of college students say they have a problem with excessive computer internet use. There's a recent Pew study with teens. Like 45% of teens will say that they use social media and cell phones too much. Nobody says, very rare that people say that they could wish they used them more. People often cite the effect on their academics and on their sleep, right? So this is not something that teens are unaware of, just like it's not something that we as adults are unaware of, right? We are all aware that we use our phones too much. It interferes with, I use my phone when I should be playing with my kids. I'm totally aware of that. I wish I did it less. And I wish I had products that didn't try to get me to do that more. And I'm an adult, and so like I'm somewhat responsible for that. And I get that, but kids are still developing their self-control, right? So the same kind of manipulation that maybe happens with me, I think we should not be allowing that for kids. Next slide. Great. Okay, I'll give it back to Casey.
Yeah, so a point I want to bring home though with Ravi's comment about the overuse and going back to what I was saying about the collective action problem, about the fear of missing out, is that this is one of those things that is perfect for government to deal with. There's not a lot of things that are perfect for government to deal with, but it's a problem that's not unlike, say, wildlife or game management or fisheries management or forestry management, where one or two bad actors can kind of spoil it for everyone. And this is the sort of thing where government really does have a role to play, because the problem is bigger than any one person or any one family. The other thing I want to add too is that there was a question to a presenter earlier about single parents. And I believe the question was about data, and I don't have that in front of me, but I do want to say that, one thing that these platforms will do is that they will offer tools to parents that have sort of minimum settings baked in. Parents are exhausted, right? Giving parents more options and more stuff to manage is not a workable solution, because they already have too much to do. And that's already sort of how things work. And that's not a solution that's working right now. And so instead, like, enabling these design changes by default is one of the best things that you can do for parents. So wrapping up here, I just want to bring it back to what I was saying at the beginning, where childhood has changed materially. And childhood, when I was young, when members of the committee, I'm sure, were young, you were doing all of these things outside, spending time outdoors, exercising, sleeping, spending time with friends, running. And now childhood is so compressed. This is not just the result of social media. It's also the result of changes in styles of parenting. And if the committee is interested, we're happy to point you to resources on the free play side of things as well. But the opportunity cost of the screen time is a high one, because these are things that are fundamental to kids' development. And so these are familiar scenes from today, kids glued to their screens. And I think what we would all see as a victory is for things for childhood and look more like these ones that I'm sure all of us were familiar with from when we were kids. And so I just want to close by saying that, whether it's kids or parents, voters tend to not like the idea of government taking something away from them. And that's not what we're proposing here. The interventions I think that we would recommend actually can be cast as giving something back. You're giving back kids' ability to develop into healthy, responsible social adults who are well educated, and you're giving parents back the sort of joy of seeing their kids have a wonderful childhood and develop free of manipulation. And so with that, I think we are happy to take whatever questions the committee may have.
Okay, very good. That was a lot, very fast. But I think it provides a important segue into our next meeting, which we're really going to start delving into policy. And I know you both have been working on a taxonomy where you you list, what the harm is and then the coordinating policy. And so I think that's what you all can help us with at our next meeting. For now, I'd like to open the floor to members for questions. My co-chair, Senator Still. Or you?
Hey, guys. Casey, good to see you again. Thanks for presenting. On the last slide that you had up, there's a kid who is held on a clothesline with clothespins, and I'm just wondering what level of cyberbullying that falls into, and if you could bring more of that back. I really appreciated that image.
Thank you. I borrowed this from a colleague who presented at NCSL, actually, so I'll have to ask him where he got that one from. But
I think that's an acceptable form of bullying. Can we at least acknowledge that? That's good stuff. That is wholesome fun right there.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate the information. Great. I was just wondering this, if we're seeing anything in the 70s, we saw what was called subliminal seduction, in which there was the flashing of a picture that could be not seen with the conscious mind, but was seen with the unconscious mind, outlawed, as I understand, in theaters, because they would flash it and you would not realize what you saw, but you would have a desire for popcorn, things of that nature. I could see that same type of thing, or is that same type of thing being used in any of the things that we're seeing here with what's on the internet and what's doing to draw attention to things?
Well, thank you for the question. I think what I would actually suggest is what's changed about the world and the regulatory environment, because when that scandal happened in the 70s, you had a small number of movie studios, you had a small number of broadcast networks. And what happened after that became public is that there was public outcry against the use of that subliminal messaging and advertising. The Federal Communications Commission sent a letter to the broadcast network saying, don't do that again. And the broadcast networks came together and they unilaterally decided to not do that again because they were worried about losing the public trust. And they were also worried about additional regulations that may come down the pike. Now, that lasted until the mid-90s. But then when we had deregulation federally in the telecommunications sector, including the laws that passed Section 230, which I'm sure you all have heard about, that opened the door for a new generation of companies that didn't have that history. They didn't have that concern about losing the public trust. And certainly because of Section 230, they've not faced the same specter of regulation coming down the pike federally to sort of stop them from doing that behavior now. So this is why it's like incumbent on state governments to sort of make it more like the before times where that's unacceptable corporate behavior.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm not sure everybody here knows about Section 230, which is why our final presentation this morning is going to be from Mary Atkins with our Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis. So she's going to talk about that some. But before she comes up, any other members have questions? We're going to get to know these two guys more in our September meeting. So we're going to spend more time with them. Okay. Well, yes, thank you. And we'll see you in about 3 weeks or before.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate you having us.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having us.
Great. And so our final presentation is Mary Atkins, who is our attorney who is assigned to this, or one of our attorneys who is assigned to this committee from the Senate Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis. We also have Mr. Walker in the back, who's here with us from Legislative Council. So thank you for joining us. Tell us what Section 230 is.
Like Senator Harrell said, and I am a senior law and policy analyst with OPLA. And so basically, I'm going to talk about the federal regulatory landscape that we have now, and then a specific state bill that is challenged in the courts because that is happening with a bunch of other bills in a bunch of other states. And so in terms of federal regulations, can you? Okay, so in terms of federal law and regulations, I think it's important to note that there is no comprehensive federal law regulating social media platforms. That's something that I feel like a lot of people don't really realize, but there's no comprehensive law regulating that. Certain content is regulated. So Congress has prohibited the knowing distribution of certain material in interstate commerce. So generally that's child sexual abuse material or anything that's deemed obscene and therefore is not protected by the First Amendment. In addition, there is not really any broad data protection statute on the federal level. Congress has enacted statutes that regulate data collected by certain industries or data that falls within certain categories. But again, there's no broad overarching statute there. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, sometimes brings enforcement actions against companies whose data protection practices constitute unfair, deceptive acts or practices, but again, no comprehensive law there. So one thing that I did want to mention is that we sort of abut a lot of constitutional issues when we're talking about the regulation of the internet. So the first of which is more obvious, that would be First Amendment problems. Obviously, the First Amendment protects the right to create, circulate, or receive content online by constraining the government's ability to regulate that activity. But the Supreme Court has also recognized a right of editorial control when private platforms choose whether or not to publish other speech. I did want to mention really quickly, since it's been brought up multiple times, the recent case out of Texas that the Supreme Court upheld a Texas law that requires certain commercial websites publishing sexually explicit material to have age verification standards. So we've seen many laws like this passed in other states challenged, and this was upheld by the Supreme Court. And so that's going to have broad implications, I think, as we move forward and talk about specific practices. There are also a lot of educational privacy laws out there, but I was really focusing on social media particularly. So that brings me to Section 230, which was already referenced. Section 230 actually is referred to, depending on who you're talking to, as the Magna Carta of the internet, the 26 words that created the internet, and the law that ruined the internet. So it just depends. Effectively, about who you talk to. Effectively, it includes two main provisions. The first protects online services and users from liability when they don't remove third-party content. And the second protects them from liability when they do remove content. So it was enacted in 1996 as part of a broader legislative package that addressed the perceived dangers of the internet, and specifically about children accessing pornography or other obscene images. Again, it was enacted in 1996 and the internet's changed a lot. At the time that it was enacted, most websites functioned more like a publication would, in the sense that you did not, the forums and things were not as sophisticated. You didn't have as many users posting things. And so that is sort of why, if you look at the key provision, the language up here, it states that users and computer services are not to be treated as a publisher. And the reason why that is significant is because the Supreme Court held, actually in 1959, I believe, that publishers can be liable for statements they print, but distributors, so like a newsstand or a bookstore, cannot be held liable for that. And so again, the reason why this is all significant is because without these immunities from liabilities, online services would face massive legal expenses for the content that is available on their sites. The Section 230 does have some exceptions. Online services are still liable for violating federal or criminal copyright law, or for violating federal or state sex trafficking laws. So again, there's some limitations here, but broadly, they are shielded from liability. There is another notable exception, which is if the online provider or the platform is creating content. they're not shielded from liability if they're creating content. Okay, so that's section 230. And again, that kind of created the environment in which social media flourished. And so if you go to the next, oh, you did, okay. And then the other big piece of federal legislation that impacts social media and children is the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. It was passed in response to sort of a growing understanding that we needed to protect data. As technology advanced throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you saw federal law started to protect data in specific instances. So a lot of financial data is protected. The right to privacy is not expressly mentioned in the Constitution, but it's generally recognized by the court, the Supreme Court, that is, as a protected right in a number of cases. Privacy rights of children have sort of come to the forefront starting in the late 80s when the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child was adopted. And in that document, it states that no child shall be subject to arbitrary or unlawful interference with his or her privacy, family, home, or correspondence. So what COPA does effectively is it limits the ability of marketers to directly or indirectly track and utilize the data of children under the age of 13 without parental consent. And so the way that Congress set this up is to task the FTC with establishing rules and regulations and implementing this principle. Can you go to the next slide? So to carry this directive out, the FTC issued the COPA rule, which I'm going to say interchangeably with the act. So effectively, it applies to any operator of a website or online service directed to children, or any operator that has actual knowledge that it is collecting or maintaining personal information from a child. This personal information may include a child's name, address, online contact information or screen name, telephone number, or social security number. And so it requires, among other things, that platforms provide specific notice about the personal information they collect, obtain parental consent before collecting, using, or disseminating, or rather disclosing personal information from a child. And it requires them to establish procedures to protect the confidentiality and security of any personal information collected. One thing that's really important to note, since a lot of this federal law has not been updated as technology has massively changed and advanced, is that in 2013, the FTC expanded the definition of personal information to include persistent identifiers. And so that a persistent identifier can include a customer number contained within a cookie. It can include certain geocaching information, a device serial number, an IP address, a photo or audio file containing a child's information, and again, specific geolocation. So that was an update in 2013. And a big thing is that we have safe harbor programs that are established under the FTC rule. And basically, what that does is a safe harbor program designs their own rules, which must be at least as robust as the COPA rule from the FTC. And then they work to ensure that online services and websites directed at children who pay a fee comply with those rules. And their plans must be approved and by the FTC. They have to submit their plans for approval. And so starting in 2014, the FTC began requiring an annual report be filed with them for safe harbor programs. And in that report, it had to include what the programs were monitoring and how they were enforcing these standards. So if you go next. Okay, so I think I discussed the Texas case already, but just to reiterate, the Supreme Court found that Texas's decision to initially target websites with higher concentrations of sexual content while excluding search engines represents a reasonable legislative choice that survives strict scrutiny. So I think when you are talking about all of these state laws that are getting challenged on constitutional bases, rather, you want to look at what the court has permitted. And so in November as of November of last year, there are about 40 pending pieces of legislation there was legislation pending in at least 40 states and Puerto Rico regarding social media and kids, and 50 statutes that were enacted. Most of these sort of fall into 4 buckets. So you have the creation of a study committee or a task force like this one, the establishment of age-appropriate design codes that require impact assessments, additional media literacy courses like we've already discussed in this meeting, the regulation of the use of cell phones in schools, and then obviously age verification and parent approval. So all of these, the age verification statute that we tried to enact in Georgia is not that different from the age verification statutes that many other states have tried to enact. And generally, they've pretty much all been challenged. At the time of the issuance of the opinion by the court in our specific statute, I think there were 8 ongoing challenges that the court identified for other state statutes. So that's a very common issue. Generally speaking, these challenges fall into about 3 constitutional buckets. So you have the freedom of speech or the First Amendment protections provided for the minor children, the freedom of speech issues that you have with the general population at large with age verification. And then also the Fourth Amendment due process clause protects parents' rights to make decisions relating to their children's care and education. And some courts have found that these age verification statutes actually infringe upon that right. And so that's generally where we're at with that type of age verification statute. So our bill that passed and was supposed to go into effect on July 1st, it required social media platforms to make commercially reasonable efforts to verify the age of account holders. It also prohibited minor users from creating social media accounts without parental consent, and it prohibited the display of advertisements on the account of a minor based on such minor's personal information, except age and location. NetChoice, the next slide. So NetChoice filed suit in the Northern District of Georgia on May 1st and moved for a preliminary injunction contending that SB 351 violated the First Amendment. The U.S. District Court judge granted NetChoice's motion for a preliminary injunction on June 26th. And NetChoice is a trade association of online businesses, including Airbnb, I believe Meta, Amazon. I want to say it's about 23 businesses. I could be wrong, but most of the big names that you recognize. The court, in their order granting the injunction, the preliminary injunction, acknowledged that there's a public interest in recognizing and addressing the detriments of social media. The court actually quoted a opinion from the Northern District of Florida in regards to a similar bill that went through the same process, and stating that it does not doubt that parents and legislators in the state have sincere concerns about the effects of social media that use may have on youth, nor does it render parents or the state powerless to address those concerns. And so I think what you see in a lot of these opinions, I've read a lot of them, is that the court acknowledges that this is a problem, but that the ways that states are going about doing it are overly burdensome and are infringing on certain protected constitutional rights. So the court found that the act curbs the speech rights of Georgia's youth while imposing an immense, potentially intrusive burden on all Georgians, and took particular issue with the, and I'm quoting here, dozens of arbitrary exemptions and carve-outs. It says on the screen that the state filed an appeal. I was unable to locate that on Pacer. We don't have access to that in our office. However, the Attorney General's office did issue a statement saying that they were planning on appealing this ruling to the 11th Circuit. So basically, that is where we are in Georgia. Obviously, we've had several pieces of legislation about phones in schools and things like that. But in terms of social media use and data privacy, that is the bigger issue. Okay. So there are no questions or? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So you can see that we have a big challenge to thread that needle. I think we are at a point where I think somebody referenced a developing lack of trust from parents that went back to the FCC and the early legislation. I think we are at that point. But it's a careful needle to thread, and we have Mary is the attorney assigned to this committee, so committee members, we have access to Mary's expertise at any point during this process. I've also been able to find some local people who have been tracking these cases very closely and can advise us on, what's going to be more challenging to enact and how to thread that needle. So we're going to bring in the experts to help us. But focusing next week or next month, I believe it's September 10th. Is that right? 17th. I always get that date wrong. September 17th. We're going to take a real detailed look at the age verification laws, and maybe look at some creative ideas in terms of maybe even tying age verification to a device you purchase rather than age verifying account by account. We're also going to take a real good look at what's kind of been called kids code. That's looking at these manipulative design features and looking at possibly regulating some of those features when it comes to our kids. Algorithms is an example. We'll probably be talking about algorithms a lot as well as other features. And we have a record to look at in terms of where the kids code legislation that's been passed by various states has been rejected or not rejected by the court. So we can use those court cases as guidance. So that's what we're going to dig into next time we meet and start looking at solutions. I don't think we can wait for the federal government to do this for us. You can see how much work they've done since 1996, 1998, and maybe a little tweaking in 2013. And that's all we've gotten. So it's upon us at the state level. And Casey Mock reminded us that is an appropriate role of the states. So we're gonna do it. So thank you. This was a lot. Thank you everyone out there who hung with us, and we'll see you on September 17th.